There we go. I couldn't find the mic button. All right, let's get it going. How y'all feel about getting it going? I think it's time. I think that'd be a good idea. Let's do it. Let's do it. Wait, where's the right button? There you go. Hi. Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Happy wind down of the week. Those for some folks, it's already Friday. For everyone else, is closing in. Good job making it to the end. Good job making it to the weekend, everyone. Hello, standing. Happy end of April. Yeah, April's over, which I like April, but this was a rough one. This was not a great month for me. So I'm ready for it to be over. I think May will hopefully be a gentler month. I would appreciate that. But I hope you've had a good April. I hope it has been a good springtime for you. Version you with the desk completely covered in buttons. That's not inaccurate. It's more monitors than buttons. And so trying to remember what windows are where and where to hit the right toggles and everything, that's the real challenge. There are some people though, especially streamers, that'll have like, you know, their stream deck and they have different things that they need to turn on and different mics and cameras and all that. And yeah, some people do get into that, just having like a full-on nuclear reactor control for a desktop, and that, yeah, that's a little crazy. I do have two sets of keyboard, mouse and keyboard, because, you know, I have my work PC that shares with the Traveler, so I just have that one keyboard set that goes back and forth between the two of them, and I have my main desktop with its own mouse, and I've gotten pretty good at not crossing the wires on those. That was definitely a learning process. Been a good month other than watching the news. Yeah, that's been a lot to deal with. That has been a lot to deal with. I wish I had good advice for that. I think it helps to just, you know, reach out to each other and do what you can, you know. There's a reason they call it doom scrolling, right? It's good to stay informed. It's good to stay up to date on things, but you also have to know when to just stop looking at it for a little bit for your own well-being, you know? Moderation. Moderation is very important, especially with stuff like that. And yes, I don't know. Well, I always, as I know I say this a lot, but I do enjoy getting to do the streams just because even when I have bad days, even when I have rough days, even when I have days that I'm like, I don't know if I want to stream today. Usually by the end, I'm feeling much better. It's getting to do stuff and hang out with you guys makes it a better day. Hello, Dawn. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Good to have you with us. I hope you are doing well. Oh, and yes, hello, Leckers. And hello, VOD watchers. I hope everyone is having a good week. Yeah, it's been an okay day. Today went by very quickly. It was a nice enough day out. I had some physical therapy, and it was a nice enough day that I was able to bike over. So it took sort of a longer lunch period to go do that. But yeah, I think, you know, we had a bunch of stuff that we were trying to get done for the end of the month, and just trying to get all that done and having that in the middle, it felt like it went by really quickly. I'm like, oh shit, I'm out of time. But I don't know, not too bad of a day. It was kind of somber. this was the last day for about a third of our team. So they were, you know, we were kind of saying our goodbyes and our commiserations and you know, saying good words and all that. So it was a little sad. It was a somber sort of day. It was a terrible day for Rain. But yeah, the rest of us are still going for another month. So Monday, back at it, same as normal. I don't know. I can't really complain because I'm doing my 3-day weekends thing. I'm not gonna go into work tomorrow, but I might need to do some work related stuff with my day off just to get it done, because I'm not really finding time during the workday to finish it, which is not great. I was worried that I was gonna have to crunch this week, that we were gonna have to do like actual overtime, and thankfully that did not happen. I don't know, like this month has been a lot of deadlines, has been a lot of pressure, but it has not been crunch. It has not been crunch in the typical sense, right? We're not doing 60 to 80 hour work weeks. We're not staying late. We're not staying through the night or anything. And it's still been stressful, right? There's still been a lot of, you know, running back and forth and messaging back and forth and, you know, triple checking that everything's taken care of. And I don't know, like, if this is not crunch, if crunch is worse than this, then this something has to change, because this is bad enough. And having it be even worse is like, no, we shouldn't be doing this to ourselves. Hello, Mage. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. Hope the week has been kind and you're ready for the weekend. Welcome in. But yeah, I don't know. It was an okay day. I'm definitely ready for the weekend. Played some more Deadlock last night with the fellas. That went okay. It went okay. Some of the games were good. Some of the games were not good. And I don't know. I feel like there's there's 4 categories of games, right? There's games that you stomp, right? There's games that are pretty close, but then you win. There's games that are pretty close, but then you lose, and there are games where you get stomped. Yeah, the last few games were in the 4th category, and those are not fun. I think Deadlock is generally more fun than many competitive games, and that even when, you know, I lose, if it was one of those closer games and I felt kind of good about my performance, it's like, okay, I can work with that. That was still fun. That was still a good time. And there were some of the games I just felt like I didn't get to play the game. I felt like I was just struggling the entire time and getting killed, getting picked off. I'm just like, okay. So, I don't know. I do want to go in at some point. I do want to jump back in. I want to practice more. I do feel like, I don't know. I'm not gonna go competitive with it or anything, but I do feel like to some degree I just need to practice the game more. It is a complex skill set, and you know, it's one of those things that if you want to get good at it, you have to practice. It is not just going to happen. On that subject, I was thinking about this. So I'm going to talk about Star Citizen, but this, I think, applies in general, right? I think this is a sort of more general topic of game design. And so I'm going to start by not talking about Star Citizen. I'm going to talk about a different game. But yeah, to your point, Mage, the games that we won were the games that you played. And that was it. So you didn't miss anything. So I was watching a Second Wind video a couple days ago talking about how game design can be so addictive. You know, like I brought this up on Tuesday, and they weren't talking about gotcha mechanics or season passes. They weren't talking about the Skinner boxes that make people, you know, get fixated on games and addicted to them. They're talking about game design, gameplay loops that, you know, make you feel like you just want to do one more game, one more day, one more round, whatever, right? The old Civilization problem of, you know, you've been playing for 5 hours and like, okay, I should really go to bed, but I don't know, I want to do one more thing. So let's just go one more round and I'll do the thing. And the next thing you know, the sun is coming up. We've all been there, right? And, you know, they brought up Stardew Valley, which admittedly I have not played. I think I opened it like one time. So I can't speak to any like personal opinions or experience of Stardew Valley, but you know, the whole sort of mechanical process is you get a farm is run down, so you have to, you know, start out by doing like very menial tasks, right? Just clearing stones from the field, repairing fences, like very basic stuff. And eventually you get to the point where you start to actually be able to grow crops, and that's a whole process. And you know, you meet people in town, you make friends, eventually the farm actually starts to perform well, and you know, you sort of build up to more and more complex tasks as the ones that you are initially introduced to become sort of rote operation, becomes second nature, and in some cases even become automated, right? That you start to hire farm hands to do some of those basic level operations that you were having to do manually just to start things off. You know, I think No Man's Sky, with its resource acquisition, does this to a pretty good degree. That, you know, you have initially, it's like, okay, I got my little multi-tool, I just got to go around zapping rocks into particulate to gather carbon and silicate and whatever else, and eventually you get to a point where you can actually build a base and you can start to get resource extractors, right? So you have a scanning mode that shows you, oh, there's like a concentration of nitrogen in the atmosphere over here. I can build a gas extractor, harvest the nitrogen out of the air, and then store it in a silo in my base. Right? You know, you can build a mineral extractor on a concentration of mineral that you find. I was actually kind of thinking about this, like, oh, so I could like go to a planet and build extractors to get these materials, and then go to another planet and build a base and build extractors, and then connect them through portals, you know, through stargates. So I could just build like an interplanetary network of extractors. And you know, there isn't a way that I don't think there's a way that you can, you know, automatically have all the materials like siphoned back to a singular base. But you know, you can go check in at each base and collect what they've sort of automatically gathered, and then take it back to your main base and dump everything in a supply drop there. right? So at a certain point, you do get to a level where a lot of the resource acquisition can be somewhat automated. You know, you can set up gardens in your base so that you don't have to like jump around from planet to planet looking for organic resources. You just have a garden that you just go through and you know, fast collect everything. So, you know, is that more or less fun? That's up to you. But where I think this is interesting, and the way that I want to sort of bring it back around to Star Citizen is, you know, Star Citizen is trying to find the balance between being a game and a simulator, right? Which is a very hard balance to strike, and everyone is going to have their own opinion on where the line should be, what the balance should be. And, you know, they're introducing more and more of the intended design of, oh, you know, I want to have, or, you know, you have to maintain your ship, right? If it gets damaged, you're going to have to like take it back to port to be repaired, or pull out your repair kit and fix it yourself. And there might be only so much you can do with field repairs. You know, if you want to jump long distances, you're going to need to make plans about your fuel consumption and where you can stop off to get topped up. You know, they've had this whole food and water survival mechanic in for a while. You have to be more considerate about environmental factors like temperature and radiation and whatnot. You know, don't go into space without a helmet, because you'll kind of just fucking die instantly. But, you know, more and more of a lot of those underlying systems are slowly coming into the game. And, you know, a lot of the people that have been playing the game up to this point have kind of been playing easy mode. That it's like, yeah, your ship is kind of just a throwaway, right? Like, you can take it into a fight and it gets blown up, and the worst case scenario is you just go to a terminal and you recall it, and maybe you pay to have the you know, the new version of your ship or the recall of your ship expedited, but the recall is free. Excuse me. So in the next update, they're changing that. It's probably not going to be in 4.8. It's probably going to be in like 4.8.1 or something. But in the next update, they're introducing basically snapshots. So in Elite, you buy a ship, right? Let's say you buy, just because it comes to mind first, let's say you buy a Panther Clipper. You get all kitted out with engineered equipment, you know, high quality stuff, exactly the way that you want, and then you get jumped by pirates and blown up. So there's a mantra in the Elite Dangerous community of never fly without rebuy, because when you blow up, it'll take you back to the nearest space station, and you have the option to pay an insurance payout to get your ship back with all of its equipment exactly as it was. If you don't have the money for that, or for some reason you choose not to, you'll be respawned with a Sidewinder, the basic starter ship. You won't pay anything for it, but the ship that blew up is gone forever. You have to buy a new one and get all the equipment and engineer it all over again. So that is the have your rebuy available, because if things go bad, and it's not even always, I have blown up because I got distracted. I was watching a stream, I was not paying attention, and my nose was angled towards the ground. and then my nose was in the ground, and then I was a smear on some planet out in the black. So that sucked, but you know, Star Citizen is introducing a system that's going to be more like that, that there will be a cheap reclaim option. But that's just the default loadout. That won't have any aftermarket work that you have done, replacing the components, replacing the weapons, replacing the paint job, putting, you know, cosmetic items inside your ship, stuff like that. If you buy the default, that'll all be gone. You can have a snapshot of your ship with the loadout. That's going to cost more. And so now you'll need to be more considerate, at least, of where are you going with your ship. Are you going to be safe? Are you going to be, you know, do you need to take protection? Do you want to go in with your best stuff? You know, if you have a big ass capital ship, an Idris, or eventually an Ironclad or a Kraken, you know, is this something that you are willing to just, you know, sit in the fight until you inevitably get destroyed because you're, you know, outnumbered and outgunned? I think it's going to be a lot more likely that people will, you know, in a more realistic sense, be like, well, we don't want to lose our capital ship because it's not just a wait timer anymore. It's going to cost us actual money, actual resources to get back if we fuck up. Are you feeling lucky, punk? And I think eventually the plan, so right now they're just introducing it as an option. Eventually, my understanding is that you're going to need to buy insurance claims or insurance policies on your ship. So by default, there will be no rebuy option. Or if there is a default rebuy option, it'll just be that market value, not that default loadout. And then you need to buy a policy to have the option to snapshot. And there'll be different qualities of insurance policy that you can buy. They'll cover different amounts of, you know, what you have, something to that effect. So sort of pulling back from the specifics and nitty-gritty of what Star Citizen is doing, you know, there's a lot of upkeep to consider, right? You know, making sure that your components are in good working order, that they're not degrading down to a point where they're starting to malfunction, that your ship is well looked after, that your equipment is in good standing, that you're doing all of this and all of that, and you know, they're sort of on initial pushback, I think, that some people have of, this isn't fun, I don't want to do all this maintenance work, I want to get to the good shit, I want to just get in and do dogfighting, I just want to get in and do like the core of the gameplay loop and have fun with that. I don't want to be, you know, doing all this maintenance mode and you know, back end stuff. I kind of see where that's coming from. I think it's a little short-sighted just because it sounds a lot like real life. And see, that's, again, that's sort of that balance that you need to strike between simulator and game. Because a full-on simulator, a fully 100% simulator, is trying to replicate real life. And the appeal of it is you're getting to do a real life thing that real life doesn't afford you the opportunity to try. Which, you know, some people really like, but can also be really dull. Also, you know, no consequences because you can just turn the game off if you decide that you're not digging it. Can't do that with real life. shame. Um, so what I think is interesting, where I think there is an interesting thing, and this is not simulator versus game balance. I think the trick, in my mind, I'm probably oversimplifying it a little bit, but I think the trick is to make the back end feel rewarding, right? Make it satisfying to keep your ship in good working order. Make it satisfying to see that, to have your equipment, your loadout ready to go and polished up and, quick to the draw when you need it. Not, sit there for however long and just be like, okay, do I have everything where I want it? Am I satisfied? Like, no, I have put in the work. I have my gear loaded up. It's in the suit locker. It's ready to go. Let's run this up. It's gonna be sick, right? So it's not just a matter of, oh, I did my prep work, so I don't need to worry about doing it when the time comes to do the actual content. I think they need to find a way, and I think this is true for a lot of games, I think they need to find a way to make that aspect satisfying gameplay in of itself, right? Like, survival games deal with this all the time. Dune Awakening, Windrose, Minecraft, whichever one you want, is like, okay, is the process of going out and collecting materials or salvaging parts or keeping your ship afloat, whatever the case may be, is that fun? Is that satisfying? I wouldn't even necessarily say it needs to be fun, like capital F fun, but it should feel good to do. It should feel good to come out the other side of it. Like, as a Star Citizen example, they changed it around. There should be a way still to auto load and unload cargo from your ship, right? Like, if you land your ship and you put it into storage, you can then go to a commodity kiosk and have the cargo be automatically unloaded from your ship for a fee. So you don't need to do the process of loading it and unloading it by yourself. I have the fan going, by the way, so let me know if it starts making annoying fan noises. What was I saying? But, one, because I don't want to pay the fee. Mainly because I don't want to pay the fee and I don't want to, mess with the system of finding out the unloading process. I just do all my cargo moving by hand. I just, grab the tractor beam and move the boxes one at a time. And yeah, it's more tedious, but there's also something kind of satisfying about, at the end, having, a bunch of nicely stacked boxes categorized by their material or their general sort of material category or just their color. Sort of Tetrising them all together so you don't have any, outliers or weird shapes. It forms just like a nice even stack of stuff. Like, it's not a big thing, but it's kind of nice at the end of it. I enjoy that a little bit. So I feel like that is sort of a challenge of game design, is not, oh, let's take out all of the tedious aspects of the game, right? Let's take out everything that isn't inherent to the core fun element, right? I think it is okay to have more tedious aspects of the game. But those still need to be satisfying in some way. Another example is inventory in Resident Evil. Right? It's one of the oldest puzzle designs in the game of you have a rectangular grid in your character's inventory. And, every object in the game takes up a number of squares. System Shock did the same thing. It was like, oh, you want a box of ammo? And that takes up 1 square, right? 1 by 1. Healing item, 1 by 1. Stronger healing item is 2 by 1. Basic sidearm, 2 by 1. Larger, stronger weapon might be 1 by 3, 2 by 2, 2 by 3. Right? So now you start to get into this mini game of how do I put stuff in my inventory to maximize the use of the grid, right? No spaces that I can't fit anything into because it's just like an awkward 1 square surrounded by larger objects, and so you can't shoehorn anything in. Organizing it so all the healing items are in the top left corner, all the ammo is in the top right corner, weapons along the bottom, so it's easy to see oh, I have this much of this and this much of that, and I know at a glance sort of how I'm doing with my inventory and my stock of things. Lighter to heavier weapons and ammo, left to right, stuff like that. At a basic level, sounds kind of tedious, right? I just want to run and shoot some zombies or some death bots. Why am I having to do inventory management? Because that is part of the challenge, right? That is part of the friction that creates a satisfying outcome. If they take all of those aspects away, it kind of just turns into an arcade title, right? It's not very deep. It doesn't have a lot going on beyond sort of the basic run and shoot, which is it's satisfying at a base level. It's fun for 15 minutes, but how long is that going to continue to be interesting for? Risk of Rain 2, first game as well. Imagine if you just had all the items right at the beginning of the game. It would be kind of fun to just run around and watch all the enemies explode and be like, hey, die, trash. But after 20 minutes, you're like, okay. In Flight Sim, rarely fly airliners. They try very hard to replicate the real life experiences. And they are work. Yeah, when I decide to do the work, there is definite satisfaction. Yeah, and I think that would make sense of, okay, today I'm going to take out the workhorse, right? I'm gonna take out Big Bertha, the heavy ship that's gonna take a lot more maintenance, a lot more upkeep. But, I want the gameplay loop of doing that and the satisfaction of doing what Bertha can bring to the table. And then on another day, it's I just want to go out and fly around and maybe shoot some pirates. So you just jump in your smaller ship that's much easier to take care of, much easier to just get up and go, and yeah, just have a shorter, satisfying loop. And the other thing that I think survival games are really good at, well, very at, but it's definitely an aspect, is you might not do the entirety of a gameplay loop in a single play session, right? I think that is a bit of a misnomer. Misplaced expectation, let's put it that way. That, oh, I'm going to jump into this game and in a single 2 to 3 hour play session, I'm going to start a gameplay loop and end a gameplay loop. Whereas I think with like satisfactory, management sims, survival games, there is a lot of I'm going to jump in and I'm going to get this sub-objective done right now, right? I'm going to go out and gather these resources and start the refinement or building process or whatever the case may be to begin the next step. And then I'm going to log off, and next time we will work on steps 3, 4, and 5. EVE Online does this. I brought up at one point, Dune Awakening has an issue with the crafting timers. That none of the craft timers are very long. And you might say, well, isn't that a good thing? It means you're not waiting very long to get the item and actually start to play the game. And that sounds good. But a lot of the crafting timers are like 10 seconds to maybe 5 minutes. I don't think there was anything that had a 5-minute craft timer. I think some of them got up to like 2 or 3. So let's just say, 10 seconds to 3 minutes. And on the long end of that, you could maybe go around the base, do some other stuff, manage a couple other items, or, set something up, build a new room, something like that. But you were never going to set up a craft order, set up a build order, and leave your base to do another activity. I feel like if the crafting times were longer, they would need to make the items they make last longer. That's definitely true. That's definitely true. The turnaround time, the consumption time on items was also pretty short. So yeah, they would have needed to adjust the long-term value, and then that would have had knock-on effects on the item gathering rate. So yeah, it would have been really complicated. You are right. But I think it works okay. It works okay, but I do still hold that the crafting was never something that you fully, or the building was never something that you fully walked away from. You might step away for a minute to do something else, but it was never long enough that you could complete, go do other gameplay while you waited for it to finish. And there wasn't even a reason to say, well, the build is started, I'll log off and I'll come back to this later. It's like, well, it's going to be done in 2 minutes. Might as well wait for it to finish and then I'll log off. Whereas in EVE, it's like, okay, I want to build this component for a ship. What is the build time? 5 hours. Okay, well, I'm going to go do other gameplay or log off and I'll come back later. The largest ships would have build times of like a month. But this was not a single player doing a thing. This would be like a corporation. This would be a guild operation of gathering the resources, building the components, combining the components, and building out the ship in a dry dock, and the construction of the ship by itself, I think, is a month. Never mind all the other stuff. So like it's a serious effort to get there. And the expectation is not you're going to build a Titan in a single play session. It's you are going to work towards building a Titan for a while. And today, your objective is this. I'm not complaining about power water crap lasting longer, though, to be fair. I felt like I spent more time keeping the base itself alive than playing the game. Yeah, oh god, especially the amount of power. Like, you would think being able to charge up the base's shields for 3 weeks would be fine. It's like, oh, cool, so I'm good for 3 weeks. But then you forget that you're neurotic and you want it to constantly be topped up. So every play session involves a little bit of getting power cells to top up the base power. Every time. So, you know, I guess sort of bringing that background to Star Citizen for a minute, you might have a play session where you log in and it's like, all right, today I'm going to work on my ship. I'm going to make sure everything's topped up. I'm going to make sure the components are in good standing. You know, if one of them is broken or, you know, getting low on its maximum durability, it's going to start malfunctioning soon. I should look at replacing that. And then, you know, if you're gonna craft it, that becomes a new subloop of, okay, I want to replace my cooler. What materials do I need to go source, excuse me, to build a new cooler? A month to build an item, I would never build it. Oh yeah, you forget though that EVE Online players are insane. And this is not like in Dune, this is not comparable to building a new gun, right? This is not comparable to building an armor. This is like you. This is, I want to build a top of the line warship, like one of the strongest ships in the game. Smaller ships do not take a month, right? Let's be clear about that. This is, I want to field a Titan. I want to field the Doomsday ship. Please and thank you. And the game says, okay, if you want that level of firepower, work for it. And that's fair, right? Like, maybe you want a more laid-back experience where you don't need to commit that much time and effort to it. That's fine. There is a level of the game that you can play at a faster clip with a faster turnaround. And I think that's okay, right? No one is saying you have to get up to a point where you're working on a Titan, because again, that's not really something that a solo player is going to do anyway. But I think it does work to have those various strata of, you know, effort in, reward out. And I think where many games kind of start to lose the thread is when it's like, okay, how do we allow players access to everything? Decides fast weekend in a week and decide to want something else anyway. Yeah, no, you would absolutely need to commit, right? And like, I don't know, I've complained before about how in Elite I got to the ship that I really wanted in like 3 weeks of gameplay. I was like, oh, what do I do now? I thought this was going to take me like over a couple months of, you know, doing missions, collecting money, you know, building myself up to the point where I could get the ship. And it turns out the process was much simpler. That was honestly a little disappointing. I thought it was going to be more impactful to get my ship. and it was not. So yeah, I don't know. I think finding ways to like make partial gameplay loops satisfying, introducing sub loops that are satisfying, like I think right now sort of the expectation is with most games is I can go in and do the entire gameplay loop and be fully satisfied and rewarded for doing that in a single gameplay session. And I think that's a very limited way to approach design, right? Because that says your gameplay loop can only be so complex or so long, right? If the player needs to be able to get in, play the game, do it within an hour, and leave, that's very restrictive, right? On how much gameplay you can expect your player to do, right? I complained about that with Final Fantasy XIV, that you log on and you have to do your dailies, and so none of the dungeons take longer than like 20 minutes to do because people want to be able to do their dailies in like an hour, maybe two. And doing their dailies involves doing like expert roulette, leveling roulette, alliance roulette, and maybe one other. And so no one of those things can take very long, because if it takes too long to do the dailies, people aren't going to do the dailies because they get frustrated with it. It's like, okay, how about instead, I think this is kind of what they're pushing at, is let's make each gameplay loop, we can make it more complex, we can make it take longer, but it is more satisfying to do that. It is more rewarding to complete a single gameplay loop rather than just try and knock out a bunch of them in quick succession. That's my hope with 14 anyway. Hello, Panda. Thank you for the 7th stream streak. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. So, I don't know. That's my take on it. I don't want to see them simplify the game. I don't want to see, various, like, I would rather do just like a small thing in the game and feel good about having done that than feel like, oh, I want to be able to do the entire gameplay experience in a single session, because at that point it becomes very repetitive, right? It's like, oh, well, I can do the entire thing in a day, in like 2 hours. Oh dear, Panda. And then, I would go, well, okay, that was a fun gameplay loop. What's the next gameplay loop? And the devs go, we haven't made one yet, because we just finished doing that one. We just finished designing that one. And I'm like, oh, but I played it already and I want a new one. And they're like, okay, well, please check back in 3 months. This game is boring. I'm bored. Right? Whereas if the gameplay loop is longer, they are able to flesh it out the way that they want to, I might not do the entire thing in a single session, and then I get more out of playing it because I'm working at it little by little. And Star Citizen is not at that point yet. Like, mission progression doesn't persist between login sessions, so I can't, do part of a mission and then log off and return to it another day. I have to sit there for however long to finish the mission. So that is definitely a problem. But I think outside of the actual like assigned mission structure, there's still a process of like, okay, I want to get this weapon, right? I want to craft this weapon. Where do I get the blueprint? Okay, I'm gonna go do this mission set until I get the blueprint. Okay, I got the blueprint. Now what do I need? I need these resources. Where do I get the resources? Okay, today I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna mine this resource, and tomorrow I will collect this one. And then the third day, I'll get the last one and take it all over to the refinery. And then finally, on like day 5, I have done all the steps and I can take my materials home and get the thing that I want. And the other thing about that is, having put in that amount of work, I will feel really good when I finally equip that weapon and go, at last, my arm is complete again. As opposed to, yay, I got the thing. You know, that's a problem that games like Borderlands and Destiny have, of they literally just barf rewards at you. To the point that you see all of the item drops appear in your inventory. Like, you got this gun and this helmet and these boots and blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, I didn't pay attention to any of it. Because none of it matters. None of them are of such a significant value that I'm like, oh, that was good. I'm excited to get that. I was like, yeah, more loot. Cool. I don't know. I don't think people should be shying away from long gameplay loops. I think the trick is to not make a long gameplay loop have to be completed in a single setting. I think they should figure out ways to subdivide gameplay loops into sub-loops that are satisfying in their own right to complete, right? Secondary objectives working towards a long-term objective. And sort of to your point, Mage, yeah, you have this long-term goal that takes a month to complete, but if you're working at it a day or a week at a time, you're not, doing the same thing for a month. You are doing different gameplay for a month. And the end result of doing all those steps is this big reward. So that's my little rant for the day. That was just something I was thinking about. But with all that said, should we do some art? Speaking of long-term goals, speaking of long-form gameplay loops, that a segue? We'll call it a segue. Let me get out of the way. I'm gonna shimmy on over here. And we'll switch on over. There you are. Alright, then let's get the thematic music on. I'm gonna go back a little bit in the soundtrack. Move that right here, actually. That'll do. Okay, so one thing I want to do, well, there's a lot of things I want to do. Where are we starting tonight? Where are we starting? A lot of what I'm feeling, I was messing around just a little bit after the stream, started checking like our value levels. So I'm still thinking, going forward, want to do some pretty like a little somewhat heavy-handed post-processing just to really sort of get that like starker contrast in, but later. I think right now what I'm still sort of looking at doing is more like bounce lighting and whatnot to really start tying stuff together. I think we're still a little bit short on that front. So we'll just start here for no particular reason. Here we go. Oh, all right. They have little red lights right here. Okay. Just reduce this down a little bit. It does have a point through there. It is a little bit conical, but it's more shallow than that. Let's see if I can find or grab a slightly higher detail shot of this. There you go. I think this would actually be a little hotter. This underside would be angled slightly down and pick up a bit more light from the blaster. Okay, I thought this was hexagonal. And a lot of the images I was looking at seemed more round. But I was right. For once. Okay, that looks nice. We'll just put a little bit more in here. Oogie. That sounds good. And bring me a yogurt too if you would. I could go for some yogurt. There we go. You know, one of my friends worked on New World, if you guys remember that. And I don't know all the specifics of it, obviously. I was not on the team. I was not a fly on the wall. Didn't have any surveillance drones, detector drones, spy drones there. So, you know, this is just sort of what I've heard, not even from my friend, just, you know, general sort of talk and speculation. But supposedly, you know, New World was really initially aiming to be a more old school hardcore MMORPG. You know, they really wanted to have a lot of that sort of like old fashioned demand of, okay, you know, here are the things that you are going to need to do like upkeep of your character and resource acquisition and so on and so forth. And you know, people sort of came back in testing and said this is not fun, this is too grindy, this is too tedious, etc., etc. And they tried to pivot, right? They tried to sort of rework the game to make it more modern MMO friendly while still holding on to some of those like core ideas. And in my opinion, it just wound up somewhere in the middle, but it didn't really satisfy either, right? Like it was too sort of grindy and tedious for, you know, modern theme park MMOs, but it didn't really like fully get that satisfying old school experience. And I think there are people that want the old school experience. I think there are people that are going to be like, yes, give me a system that I can just sink into and really like immerse myself in for a long time. And you know, the problem from more of like a business standpoint is, are there enough of those people to sustain the game long term? And to that, I don't know. But I think trying to, you know, if you try and satisfy everyone, you just sort of wind up in the middle and no one is happy with the outcome of that. But hopefully we don't get a repeat of that. You know, something a little bit different. Monster Hunter. You know, you can certainly have a discussion on how how well the old games really performed, right? Because they were, you know, older games, older hardware, definitely had a lot of limitations in that regard. But I have heard some sentiment from old school players that, you know, the newer games, not just Wilds, but even like World and Rise, are, you know, so easy to play. You know, that you just have. Go move this wing out a little bit. Give myself a bit more room to build out some of this tech. You know, like in the older games, you really needed to go through a process of like tracking down the monster and, you know, preparing to fight it. And, you know, your sharpening stones, you had a limited number of times that you could sharpen your weapon in a given fight, and so you had to be really, you know, sort of smart and considerate about when you did and didn't sharpen. You know, there were a lot more limitations. There was a lot more sort of unforgiving mechanical edges to the game. There was a lot more friction. And they have, over time, removed quite a few of those aspects of friction, right? Monsters are much easier to track down and engage. They're much easier to re-engage. You know, you don't need to find whetstones or fish for whet scales anymore. You just have a sharpening command that you can do whenever you want, as much as you want, and now you can even jump on your secret and do it while mounted, so the chances of the monster interrupting you while you're sharpening are effectively zero. Right? And, you know, these things are fun. I'm not saying, oh, I don't like these, but for some people, it's like, it kind of makes the game too easy. It removes aspects of complexity that were kind of integral to the core experience of the game, the original games. It feels less like a monster hunt and more of a monster beat up. Yeah, as with all things in Monster Hunter, I think, you know, you can have a very long-winded discussion on which way is right and which way is not. or if there is a right or wrong way. One of the great things about the older Monster Hunters is that they still exist and you can still play them, right? It's not like, oh, you know, Monster Hunter GU is gone forever and you can never play it. Hashtag stop killing games. That looks cool. I like where this is getting to. But then, you know, I've heard some jokes that you play Wilds, you get really into the game. It's like, okay, I like Monster Hunter, this is fun. And then you talk to a veteran of the series, it's like, all right, now let's take the training wheels off. So this is World. Okay, now let's take those training wheels off. So this is for you. And like you can kind of just go back through the series until you find a personal sweet spot of like, this is the right balance of sort of old school challenges and modern quality of life balancing. I like it right in this game. I personally really like Wild. I think it's a lot of fun. I like a lot of the combat design. I like the world design. You know, I really liked Worlds, but I think I like Wilds more. So I probably would not do that, you know, backtracking through the old games. Personally, I totally understand why some people would. This is so stupidly coming here. What are you doing? Whatever. That's good enough for now. Just add a little bit of this sort of octagonal riveting. We've got these structures that sort of run along the sides. The equator. Good. Good. For as much as I am trying to go in and get a lot of the fun little details, I'm definitely not gonna get to a point where I'm like adding, you know, all of the little mechanical bits and whatnot, just because there's so many of them. Yeah, this is just sort of the hero TIE fighter. So I think this one's gonna get a lot of love. This one, not so much. And then these guys, obviously, very little by comparison. I do think that sits pretty well, though. I think we're finally getting to a point where, like, the overall sort of read up close is feeling good. Good. Yes. Alright, I like that. Yeah, I think the sort of hexagonal exhaust port on the back really doesn't have any detail to it. It's just kind of a hole. Okay. Alright. Let's leave the TIE Fighter alone for a little bit. I know, I have a bad habit with these of just kind of jumping around from bit to bit. But, I don't know. I guess part of it is not getting bored, and part of it is, you know, you want to try and sort of bring everything up at a somewhat even clip. If I sit and massage one part to perfection, and then the rest of the drawing like isn't meeting that same level, it feels off. You know what else? Let's go in. Let's give this some depth. Right? Give a better sense that the shell has some actual volume. Like so. Ooh. I did a little stretch and my chest popped. Didn't think they're supposed to do that. Alright. Looks good. Seems a little inconsistent. I guess it's mostly vanilla, Greek yogurt, and use some strawberries, raspberries, and cold brew. Interesting. Sounds like a fine dessert indeed. Did you bring enough for the rest of us? For the chums? There we go. What are you doing? There we go. Let's sort of build out the... Again, there's so many micro greebles on this thing. I'm not even gonna try to get it all sitting well. 50-50 on coffee, you like the granola. Yeah, a little bit of bitterness. I'm usually not big on bitter flavors, but a little bit as like an accent to something can go a long way. It's true. Alright, that looks pretty good. I'm not one for spicy food, personally. I could appreciate spice for flavor. I don't like spice for pain. Some people like it to get like so hot that they start like sweating and turning colors. I'm like, no. No, I am not one of those folk. I think a lot of what this still needs, we're already in a halfway decent spot with it, but just a bit more like wear and tear, weathering and such. Like that. Over here. This gets more like, I don't know why it looks like it's dripping, like there's water damage or something coming off of this, but that's what it looks like, so that's what we'll do. try ghost pepper. You know that hot chip challenge where you get like that black pepper chip and then you just eat it and proceed to die for the next like 20 minutes? Yeah, I ain't doing that. I've never understood that. I get, especially, you know, people do it for like a fundraiser or something. It's like, oh yeah, pay enough money and watch me just absolutely suffer. Which, I mean, I would not do in general, but if it's for a good cause, then it's like, sure. Because someone actually died. I don't know. I don't know how. Well, everyone's gonna have a different, like, that goes beyond tolerance level. Like, some people might have some sort of medical condition that the extremity of it might be dangerous for them. I honestly don't know. Here we go. Okay, I feel like it's getting there. It's still not 100%. And I think a lot of it does just kind of come down to continuing to sort of build out little secondary paneling and whatnot, building it, make it feel more and more segmented. Here we go. One Challenge voluntarily pulled its product from shelves after a 14-year-old died and the product was labeled not for children. Damn. I guess good on them for taking responsibility for that, but damn. Okay. 3 years ago. Yeah, time is being time. Okay. Can start to fill out like that a little bit. This is more. I was thinking earlier. I was thinking, what if we made cars uncomfortable? It's like, what if we just made them like less pleasant to drive? Made it more of an inconvenience, more of a chore. Would people find other means of getting around? I think part of the problem is that, at least for some people, cars are the main way that they have to get around. Like, it's not really a matter of preference, this is the only thing that is available. It's like, you know, if I have to like go to the store and buy a bunch of stuff and carry it back, I will drive, because that's kind of the only option to do a bunch of heavy lifting with. But you know, if I'm just going somewhere, nearby to like pick something up, kind of prefer to take my bike. It's sort of easier to weave through traffic, bypass it by taking side paths. I actually get a little bit of outside time. It's nice. I recommend it. Like, I have some coworkers out in the Midwest that their nearest neighbor is like, a long way away from them. So, trying to set up like a bus path or something, a bus route, or a train route that's going to, meet and service people that are, separated over distances that large is a tall order. At that point, you kind of need to allow everyone to have their own means of transportation. I'm sure there's some way you can do it, but it's certainly not immediate. I have a post-it note here that says to do September 15th, and like, I don't think I need this anymore. I think either I did it or it's not relevant. With the oh yeah, those where it's just like some like vague note and you're like, what was I doing here? Alright, that looks pretty good. The underside, we have not paid any freaking attention to, and it shows. Let's see if we can't bring this up to spec. I have a square brush here somewhere, right? Yes, but we'll see if it works. It does. Kind of. Good. Good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that. I like that. The general, the vibe, the look of it, the feel. It's got the right stuff. Good. I just had a realization. I just had a moment. So, in episode 3, Anakin and Obi-Wan do their whole fight. And Obi-Wan chops Anakin's limbs off. And has this whole sad moment. And, you know, Anakin catches on fire. And that's problem moment number 1, because if Obi-Wan actually loved Anakin, watching him slowly burn to death, Obi-Wan would have killed him. Obi-Wan would have run over and stabbed him and killed him and put him out of his misery. Right? Like, for the love of the boy, the man that he knew, he wouldn't want to see him suffer even after all the things that he has done. That's problem number 1. That one has been long standing. I thought about that. But for some reason he does. He just picks up the lightsaber and walks away. He picks up the lightsaber and walks away because episode 4 requires that Obi-Wan has Anakin's lightsaber and Anakin survives to become Darth Vader. So That's why those things happen. But the thought that just occurred to me is in the really dumb scene afterwards, where Padme is giving birth to Luke and Leia. And, you know, she completes that, and the medical droid is like, I don't know, she just don't want to live no more. What do you want? What? You think I'm a doctor? I'm a fucking droid. I don't get paid enough for this shit. And then just walks away. So, Padme is dying on her birthbed. And, you know, Obi-Wan is holding the twins. And Padme says, there's still good in him. I know there is. And the thought that just occurred to me is, was Obi-Wan's, like, immediate response to that being, wait, fuck, is he still alive? Like, I don't think Padme would have known that he's theoretically dead by immolation. I don't think Obi-Wan would have brought that up. But also, Padme saying that kind of gives an implication that Anakin's not dead, and she knows that somehow. Probably because she read the script. She seemed to have the ability to read the script a couple of times. But, I don't know, it's like, Obi-Wan seemed pretty convinced that Anakin was dead. Until sometime later. And I don't know, for her to say that, I feel like it would have raised some red flags in his head of, he might be alive. That's not good. I fucked up. I mean, he and Yoda never really, like, discuss it or anything. They seem to be under the impression that he is dead. I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm thinking about that, I'm like, huh. Oops. In a universe with miraculous medical technology, I have no idea why they don't, you know, double tap. You would think. I mean, you can just say it was the programming, but I do love that one Jedi in Order 66 that, like, they shoot her in the back and she falls, and then the clones just keep shooting her. Like, she's on the ground and they're just like, bah, 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 bah. Yeah, like, it doesn't get used very often, at least on screen, but they have Bacta tanks. It's basically just, yeah, we're just gonna have you swim in this jar for a while, and you'll be good afterwards. It's got healing juices. And science. Go swim in the science jar, injured person, and you'll be all better. Now inject this man with some science! Yeah, I don't know, that whole scene was really dumb. feel like it would have made more sense if, like, I don't know, just have Anakin fall off of something. You know, something that would make him appear to be dead and not have a way for Obi-Wan to go down and double tap. You know, if he went down with a piece of machinery into a lava pool, it's like, yeah, the fucker's dead. And then, you know, manages to crawl his dumbass out of the pit somehow. Be like, I came back from the depths of hell to tell you that sucked. But no, instead we get this moment where Obi-Wan, like, deliberately, like, leaves his best friend to suffer and burn to death without actually verifying that the enemy he came to kill is dead. And you know, I understand that he's going through a lot. He's dealing with trauma and loss and grief and anger and, you know, feeling all the bad things. But I feel like if you're going to do that, you need to address it. Right? Because it just comes across as him being stupid. So here's the thing. I know I ranted about this before. A lot of people don't like in episode 8 Luke's characterization, right? They feel like it is character assassination. I disagree. I think it is very fitting and very appropriate and very relatable to have a hero character with a lot of expectations put upon him and doesn't actually know how to deal with it, right? And to have that moment of, you know, I see this imminent danger, I know what I have to do, and, you know, be caught up in internal conflict of, you know, responsibilities versus personal attachment, and, you know, be left in a moment of indecision. Like, that's not bad. That is not bad characterization. But I think it needed to be followed up on, right? Hello, Looney. Happy Thursday. I hope the week has been kind to you. Welcome in. We're, as we often are, talking about Star Wars. Star Wars art especially always gets me yapping about Star Wars. How are you doing? Excuse me. So, you know, like, if there had been a little bit of conversation, like, it shouldn't have been something in the moment of, like, he's going in for the kill. He's like, I can't do it, Anakin. I love you too much. Something dumb like that. That would have been even worse, right? But something afterwards with Yoda of, like, I'm not even going to try and, like, paraphrase the line, but just him confessing of, like, I knew what I had to do in that moment, but I couldn't do that to him. I still saw the boy that I trained, and I couldn't bring myself to hurt him, to end him, even though I knew I had to. Something to that effect. I know about the rule of show, don't tell, but they didn't show it. And if you can't clearly show it, having some way of expressing it, even through telling, would be better. I'm doing okay. It's been a crazy week. It's kind of a bit of a somber day, but I'm getting to hang out with the chooms now, which always makes it better. So I don't know. I think they could have done something just to deliver the scene a little bit better. What if okay, I'm gonna fan craft the scene a little bit. We don't even need to change the dialogue. We just need to change a little bit of what happened. I wonder how much the story would have been different if he had just gone for the head. You should have gone for the head. I mean, well, no, because he still would have had an empire. Like, that ship had already sailed. I mean, obviously, the events of the original trilogy would not have come to pass. Certainly not in the same way, but like, we still would have had a galactic civil war. It would have been interesting to see how it plays out without Vader to be, you know, the enforcer and everything, and then ultimately bring down the Emperor. Okay, so I'm gonna pivot for a second just because I want to theory craft this a little bit. Okay, so I don't know why I even brought up a canvas. I'm not gonna like storyboard the entire thing, but you know, we've got the river, we've got the shoreline, we've got Anakin, you know, lying on the ground, sans limbs. He's very angry, he's very sad, and Obi-Wan is, you know, standing over him. Still got his limbs, he's got his lightsaber and everything. Anakin apparently has turned into a seal, don't worry about it. So, same dialogue, right? Same lines. Obi-Wan goes in for the kill and like brings the saber up. He's going to stab. He is going to kill Anakin, and like you see him going through all of the emotions about it and puts his saber down and backs up, and then we have the "you are my brother" line, right? Like, he is still wrestling with that conflict of, this is the Sith that I needed to kill, or the Sith that I need to kill, versus this is the boy that I trained. And then Anakin does some angry Sith bullshit, you know, tries to lash out with the Force, or just, you know, rages. And in so doing, destabilizes the shoreline, and he gets carried off on a chunk of rock. Right? And maybe he can still catch on fire. Like, the process, you know, sort of causes the lava to like lap up over the rock, and he catches on fire. And so Obi-Wan just sees Anakin catch fire and drift off into the distance, and he's gone. And Obi-Wan's like, fuck. And then he leaves, because there's nothing else to do at that point, right? Don't need to change the dialogue at all. Just a little bit more of that unspoken back and forth between the two. And, you know, Anakin sort of fully giving into his rage and his pain and his suffering. That would have been like an extra 30 seconds to the scene. And I think that would have fixed so much about it. Though you would still have that moment with Padme saying there's good in him, and Obi-Wan being like, oh shit. So that is episode 19 on how I would fix Star Wars. Frankly, I think a lot of that just comes down to Lucas not being much of a people director. I think Lucas has really good ideas. And I think his ideas work best when, like, he puts them in a room and people build off of them. I think a lot of where the prequels fell apart was him just having ideas and everyone saying, okay, let's do that. And not really, like, pushing back or evolving the ideas into something more complete. Because I think there's like foundationally a lot to work with in the prequels. I think just the delivery of so much of it is subpar. I think that's coming along really nicely. I think that's looking a lot better. That's fun. I'm just sort of trying to round the top of this out a little bit more. Okay, I think that's getting to a point where I can be pretty satisfied with it. Not 100% yet, but definitely improved. Bum, 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 bum. Good. All right. One second, just seeing. Okay, yeah, this one. Okay. One of the designs here, I'm not sure these actually have retracting landing gear. I think they just have struts on the bottom. I think the struts are just always out. Let me see if I can find a reference of it. I mean, I have a few, but I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, it seems to be fairly consistent throughout various renderings that they just always have the landing gear out. Oh, okay. Sure. Kind of makes sense, right? Like if they've just sort of figured out a way to not have it vaporize in the atmosphere, then yeah, whatever. Could you imagine how much easier spaceflight would be if we didn't have to deal with atmospheric re-entry? If you could just kind of go from space to Atmo with like zero problems, that would be so nice. I do wonder sometimes. So the number of exoplanets, you know, planets in other star systems, the number of discovered ones has gone up so dramatically in the last like 2 decades because, you know, technology, detection technology, observation technology has finally gotten to a point where like they can actually be reliably spotted and identified for what they are, which is cool. That's really good. That's excellent news. But, you know, a lot of what have been identified so far are gas giants, super Earths, ice giants, you know, planets that are very large in comparison to the terrestrial worlds that we see in our system. The TRAPPIST system is one of the only ones, to my knowledge, there might be more, of a similar nature, where the planets observed are comparable in scale to the solar system. And that's because the TRAPPIST system is a red dwarf. So the star is much smaller and much dimmer. So the difference in light output from the planets transiting around the star is much easier to observe than a hotter, brighter star. Not to mention, because it's much smaller, the orbital period of each of TRAPPIST's worlds is much, much shorter, so it is easier to, you know, get multiple transits occurring and going, oh, they're right there. Or, you know, we see this happening consistently, and that, you know, helps us to verify that it is a planet and not some weird one-off of a dust cloud or something. You know, in unexplainable particulate. You know, there is a sort of a meme going around of, you know, we solved the Fermi paradox, the whole question of like, where is all the intelligent life in the galaxy? And it's like, well, if you get an intelligent life form evolving on a super Earth, where the gravity is 5 times heavier than it is here, good luck getting into space, dumbass. Not enough solid rocket fuel on the planet to make that shit work. To them, the idea of achieving escape velocity is probably like, it's one of those things of like, yeah, it's technically mathematically possible, but it is practically impossible. I'm on the wrong layer. That will explain why nothing is happening. Give me one moment. Where did I leave my glasses? Oh, there they are. Wait, where's... There you are. Uh-huh. Wait, where is this? Okay, I see. It's like, I'm not drawing this correctly. Why was I bringing all this up? Oh, I guess the point that I sort of wanted to make was like, we're finding all of these exoplanets, right? The technology is getting better, but there's still sort of a limitation of, so far we can only find the big ones, right? The technology is still reaching a point of sensitivity where they can hope to find, the small worlds that sort of exist outside of, or, they make too little of a dent in the star's output to be detected through the transit method. Not to mention the stars that their orbital plane is off angle from us, right? Even something as narrow as like 2 degrees means that the planets might never transit the star from our perspective. And that has been the main method of detection up to this point. I think there are a few instances where stars are, or not stars, planets are reflecting enough light from their parent star that they're actually detectable with a sensitive enough telescope. But, those are all going to be like hot giants that, fascinating, worth observing and all that, but are not gonna sort of meet that ultimate goal of finding other, Earth-like or inhabitable worlds. It'll be interesting to see what happens as the technology improves. I feel like it seems the more that we observe, the more that we realize, like, oh yeah, like there's millions of other worlds out there. You know, we have observed hundreds, and if this is how much we can find with the limited capability of the technology that we have, as the technology improves, it only stands to reason that we're going to find more of them. Alright, that's pretty cool. Who knows? Maybe we'll finally discover one that would be capable of supporting Earth-like life. That would be pretty neat. That would be an exciting day. Howdy, Tisha. Happy Thursday. Almost said happy Saturday. I hope the week has been good to you. Spaceships are going well. We're getting in some really nice fine detail, really sort of building it up, having some fun with it. It's going well. How are you? I'm actually gonna bounce a little bit of the Hoth lighting off the back here. And start to get a bit more some of that light source I was talking about. Also, I want to do a little bit of the similar engine cone that we did for the transport in a second. There we go. I will be glad when this week is over. I'll put it that way. I mean, I guess it kinda technically is. It's the weekend now, so that part's fun. But yeah, it was not a particularly fun, enjoyable week. But it is done now. And now it is the weekend. Now I can do fun things. There we go. Fix the perspective on that sucker. we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, and then... Right, one of the things I want to do is sort of move the bolt backwards a little bit. So we're just gonna walk back some of the bounce lighting on the X-Wing so that that green is more towards the rear. It doesn't pick up on these planes as much. Okay, and then yeah, we just need a little bit more variation in the paneling and whatnot down here. A little bit more of that mechanical breakup makes it interesting to look at, you know? That felt good. Okay. And let's just get a little bit of ambient occlusion coming in around here, right? All good? Yeah, just stretching. Just stretching. I'm trying to not strain my arm in particular too much. I was talking with my physical therapist earlier about some possible things I can do just to sort of minimize strain on it, do some stretches. Just try and take care, you know? Self-care is important. There we go. Yeah, let's get real deep with this torpedo tube. Really build that out as a volumetric shape and not just like a decal on the surface. Okay. Okay, I am on the right layer. Good. Okay. What's going on in here? Alright, so this is pretty close. Yeah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. We can do a little bit of that on this side as well. Build out the structure of this panel. I feel like these are the really important things, right? To make a ship feel believable. Like, the silhouette is really important to the cool factor and everything. But if you want it to really feel like a ship, if you want to feel like, you know, a piece of tech that is working and functional, it's what's inside that silhouette, right? You need to have that layer of like, oh yeah, here's the mechanisms. Past the outer shell, you have all these moving parts and, you know, elements that come together to really allow it to be a thing that works and not just a thing that looks cool. I'm actually zoomed in closer than 100%, so as we try to build things out here, we're hitting a good level of detail. You know what I was saying before about the scene between Obi-Wan and Anakin of like show don't tell. You know, that is a common rule, right? The more that you can explain without explicitly saying, the better. That's a general rule. I think by and large, that is probably true. However, at the same time, I think it is not unreasonable that sometimes does work to just straight up tell. You know, I remember with Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 had a lot of character drama, right? There was a lot of like emotional baggage between Gamora and Nebula and Yondu and Rocket and Peter and his father. Like everyone had connections to each other and things that they were dealing with each other, you know, positive and negative. There was a lot of back and forth between all those characters, and a lot of the moments, the scenes between those characters would sort of come to a head, and you know, in a fit of frustration or whatever, the character would just say the problem that they have, right? Like what is bothering them about the other character. And it was actually kind of refreshing of just like having these two characters that obviously have a point of contention or have a conflict just lay it on the table, right? Here's the cards. Now we can talk about it, we can try and fix it, or we can just ignore it like we always have. So what do you want to do? You know? I don't know. It was kind of refreshing compared to a lot of times where characters will sort of dance around the conflict, dance around like what they actually want to say and try and be like coy or subtle about it. It's like, no, just say the fucking line. Just say the thing. Say the problem. So I think as much as show don't tell is generally a good guideline for writing, I think there are also times where it does make sense and work to just tell. Getting there. Alright, before I get too lost in the weeds on this individual wing, we should probably clean up the larger issues with the rest of the ship, yeah? Priorities and all that. Alrighty, Tisha. Appreciate you popping in. Hope you get some very good rest. Hope you have a very good end to your week and start to your weekend. And take care. It's good to see you. Everyone say goodnight. So we're gonna check later to see if he's still going, but it is Borubi's birthday today. So if he is still on, we are gonna raid him and wish him a happy birthday. So please look forward to that. They were playing some Arc Raiders earlier. So they'll probably still be going. There we go. Just clean it up. Clean it up. Clean it up. I don't know if it's on shuffle. The order is all wrong. No? No, it's just a weird order. There we go. Got this weird leftover bit of shit. I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Alright, I think the engine drums are finally coming online. Damn it. Get back there. Okay, good. What does the nose look like? Pretty much as I have it. I need the square brush back. I've got a few things like this to bring in. Okay. Good. I'm just trying to break up some of the surfaces, you know? Just introduce some more like panel scenes, some more like grungy gradients and wear and tear. Sort of continue to play up different parts of it. Okay. before I get any farther in with this, I want to... I'm gonna grab the engine cone. I just want to get that sort of color radiated in. Now if we drop this out here and set that to additive so that it plays nice with Hoth underneath it. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's definitely coming along. I think the level of detail that we are hitting at is feeling pretty good. Give me 1 second, I've got one bite of dinner left I want to munch on before it gets too late. I wanted to work on this part. Especially now that we have an example of a nice laser bolt. This one is really fallen behind. The heck was that? There was some very loud bang just now. On laser fire, something hit us. I think this far away probably wouldn't see as much light diffusion from the ion bolt. We can walk that back a little bit. I'm just gonna leave that little happy accident as a scuffing in the paint. There we go. Alright, starting to get it there. So, on both of these, they actually have a bit of a telescoping effect. So, like halfway down, you need to make it a bit wider. So this one needs to come out a hair. Be a bit fatter around on the lower half. And then this one needs to thin out a little bit on the outer half. Yeah. Alright, and then they have, so they have the little U dish like I have, but then there's a puck underneath it. Like this. This is actually like a sharper turn. It's almost a half circle. I made it a little too shallow. There we go. Doing stuff like this really makes me appreciate the hard surface artists, you know, the concept artists who come up with ship designs and whatnot. Like, this is a lot to work through and think through. And yeah, like, there's stuff that doing it in 3D would definitely make easier to do, just like, you know, making sure that the line work, perspective, and everything is more consistent and all that. But like, just having the clear intention to, like, no, here's all the details that I want to do and where I want to put everything is like, it's kind of insane. Okay, I did kind of get the idea of it going on this wing already. That's nice. Alright, pretty good. Pretty good. Sorry, one second. Alright, had something kind of in my throat. Good. Yeah, that's looking fun. Right. Let's work on the other drums for a little bit. Haven't even touched the Star Destroyer tonight, but that's okay. That might be a Saturday deal. Here we go. Good. Something looks a little weird on this one. I think it's this line needs to come in more. Then we might see a little bit of actually lit side in the drum here. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Okay, got it. Yeah, so this needs to come up. Good. Yeah, it feels better. Can still refine it further, but it is getting there. Okay, so sort of a similar deal. Grab all this and just bring it up a little bit. I think the angle on this one's good though, so I'm not worried about correcting that at all. Cross flap looks pretty good. Perpendicular flap we can narrow down some. Good. Okay. That's 3. Now we just need to come in and do the last one. I do want to jump back up here really quickly. Just didn't really do like the inside of the drum wall. We can clean that up a bit. refine the concept a bit. Yeah, good. Better sense of depth. You know, it's really interesting. In Rogue One spoilers coming up. And Andor. Rogue One and Andor, I suppose. So, in Rogue One, sort of the original mission, the original intention was to find Galen Erso and bring him back, right? They wanted Erso alive so that he could testify about the secret Imperial military project. And I have to wonder, like, given everything that had happened in Andor, everything that they had seen happening up to that point regarding, you know, the integrity and efficacy of the Senate, like, I think it says a lot that they still had hope in the system, that Erso testifying about the Death Star would have done anything at all. It's like all the evidence at that point would have pointed to, yeah, you can tell the Senate whatever you want. You can, like, show them hard evidence of the truth. It doesn't matter. Like, the whole system of government under the Empire has been manipulated so heavily in his favor that the literal truth, the objective truth, doesn't matter to them. And, you know, maybe they hope that the testimony of a high-ranking Imperial scientist saying, hey, the Emperor is building a planet death laser, might have been enough of a shock to the system to, you know, wake people up. But still seems like a hell of a gamble. Yeah, I don't think assassinating Erso was a good plan either, but I kind of get the mindset of, like, I don't know that the whole capture and retrieve process or plan is actually gonna, you know, do anything to help the war effort. Well, and like in Andor, you know, we see what Coruscant sees, right? We see what the general Imperial public at large is presented, right? Hello, Sonic. Happy Thursday. Hope your week is going well. Hope you're ready for the weekend. But, you know, they're fed propaganda and kept placated with vapid entertainment. Shit, that's getting a little topical, ain't it? But, you know, anytime anything of like actual substance or consequence just doesn't even get brought up to them. It is not given any airtime, any attention, so that, you know, no one even like knows to be upset about it. Unless they want them to be. A little less than I had it. Yeah. Good. I was glad that Jin was never like under any assumptions about her dad. You know, it wasn't like misplaced sense of abandonment or anything like some stories. It was like, no, I know what happened. I was there. I saw it. Like, she knows who to be mad at. Alright, that's looking really good. I'm liking how this is sitting. Yeah, good. Alright. Okay. Let's build this out a little bit more. I think it'll be a good time to jump over to something else just to finish out the evening with. Good. Yeah, good, good, good. Okay. Let's go ahead and save all that. I like where it's sitting. I think we'll save the Star Destroyer for Saturday. We spent a lot of time on that Tuesday. What I'd like to do. Let's go up here. Let's look at these guys for a little bit. I think we can. Honestly, it's looking pretty good as is, but I think we can build up this scene a little bit more. Also, we can correct the little hexagonal goof from before. Build that out a touch. Correct this. So the outer frame of the TIE Fighter's wing is actually, like, that sort of silvery blue bit is actually thinner than the pylons that run from the middle to the edge. That is the stronger of the two shapes. I have that backwards. We gotta correct that. So build it out more like that. And that more or less fixes it. I say that, but there you go. On this side, can build this out, and I really want to bounce that lighting from the explosion harder. I think especially on the wing, with it being, you know, right there, it should really be overtaking a lot of the albedo, right? And it's just not doing that at the moment. It doesn't really make sense. Just take a nice sort of low red intensity of it and sort of bounce that through here, right? See how that gives a nice sort of like cast light. A lot of it's getting absorbed by the panel, but we still see enough of it coming off. Sort of increase the intensity, the apparent intensity. can pull some of this up. It's a little bit on the far paneling as well, right? Yeah. Yeah, I like that. It feels pretty good. Excuse me. Pull a little bit of this up. Are you? Just very quiet. Yeah. Alright, that feels pretty good. That feels like, you see how much more illuminated that is? Gives it a strong sense of connection. Power! Power! Unlimited power! There we go. Good. Yeah, that feels good. Okay. Let's come back over here for a second. We've got this whole secondary thing in this TIE fighter taking pot shots. Just being like, I'm hoping! Right, we can have the both sort of recede and scale to help. So the size difference of the ships. But then down here, do some sort of like popping impact effect. TIE fighter doing the strafing run, you know, where the bolts are sort of hitting on the shield. It's you know, deflecting energy off and creating these little like popping spark effects. A bit more of like a diffuse glow underneath it. Something like that. I mean, compared to its mothership, it's just kind of like, I don't know, I'm here. Have an opportunity to take a couple of shots. Might as well. Let's grab a little bit of this hot core to put in here, just to help these stand out a little bit, yeah? Especially the ones up close that we can see better. Good. Yeah, I like this. I like how this is looking. I think this is really... I think it's really come together. I think... Let's see, what do we need next? We can come back onto the TIE Fighter. Grab just a hint of the screen. Just try to bounce in a few areas. Right, just try to tie it in on the other side. Yeah. Good. Too much. Good. Okay, so yeah, let's look a little bit more. I think this TIE Fighter is looking good. This one's fine. It's not really anything going on with it. We wouldn't need to worry about too much. And this X-Wing looks okay, but I think we can do a bit better, a bit more, a bit better. Refine some of the ideas. Also, not to mention, just add this engine cone, or the engine glow, to it as well. Okay. So yeah, we definitely don't need to go as crazy with this one. Obviously, like, it's much smaller, we're not gonna get that level of detail, but we can still go in and do some fun things. This is right. Help its believability, right? And bring a bit more like blue tone into some of the shaded areas. It's like the only one that's really picking up the light from Hoth itself for some reason. You know, the funny thing is, if Tarkin had let Krennic do the full system ignition that he wanted to on Jeddah, it would have just blown everyone up. And it would have all been over. But Tarkin was so confident. He was so self-assured. And just looking for any way to make Krennic look like a fool. That he let him get away. And it cost everything. Now that's what you call ironic. And Tarkin embodied all of the Empire in its worst aspects. His callousness, his arrogance. Self-assured importance, just everything about it. Good character. Really like him. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. That's fun. I think that looks pretty good. We can sort of roughen the idea of an Astro Droid. I think the canopy is too big. See if we can't scale this idea in a little bit more. Something a bit more accurate. I think we might just need to lose the side strut. Or just make it incredibly subtle. It seems okay. It's a good strut! Okay. Now, with that said, I'm wondering if it needs to be a little bit more contrasty, perhaps, in a few places. Can definitely bring a few ideas over from the Hero one. Get those torpedo tubes in. That down a little bit. Good. Good. Yeah, just build out some of these shapes a little bit more. More volume. I think it's getting better. Yeah. All right. Borrow some of this. What? There you go. Sort of narrow this down a little bit more. Try and get these guys more balanced out. Good clean shape. I don't know if we ever get a super clean shot showing like how the little like dishes on the X-Wing's laser blasters really help. I don't know if that's like a focusing agent, if it like bounces through there and then out the pylon, or it's probably just there for show. Okay. Those guys are looking good. I think Y-Wings? Y-Wings. Yeah. let's do this. Let's do a bit. I think by the time we finish up with these, we'll be about time to call it a night. What a turbo laser is. According to Wikipedia, a turbo laser is a powerful variant of the laser cannon turret usually installed aboard capital ships as well as space stations. They served as more powerful versions of blaster and laser cannons. While their firepower made them very capable against other capital ships, turbo lasers were less effective against smaller and more nimble starfighters. See if there's anything in. Okay, does the canon and the legends exactly? Yeah, it doesn't say. Okay. So, according to the legend side of Wikipedia, were a two-stage supercharged laser cannon. The laser created an energy beam that was fed into the turbo laser actuator. Inside the actuator, the beam interacted with an energized stream of blaster gas. The interaction produced an intense blast that was then focused through galvan coils in the barrel of the turbo laser. The resulting blast was a bolt of energy triple the power of a bolt produced by a standard cannon. So it utilizes a secondary reaction to increase the power output substantially. But the process of that is very expensive. Which is why they're a very large structure and are only capable of being mounted on capital ships and stations. And then the mechanisms to move them, I imagine, are also very large and cumbersome, which is why they have pretty shit accuracy, at least against small targets. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are actual, I mean, ignoring, you know, the hydrogen elephant in the room, I'm pretty sure there are a number of mechanical processes that do that, where they have sort of an ignition process that they feed through a catalyst to substantially increase its output. You know, keep in mind this is the Legends description on the wiki, so there's a very high probability that, you know, someone sort of after the fact explained this is how the technology works, you know, based on real world principles. It very much stands to reason. But frankly, that's just kind of like the general principle of electrical engineering, right? You have transformers to like scale the amount of power that is moving up and down. You know, you have transistors that the bridge can control a much greater amount of power than what the switch input is capable of doing. So you can have a very small amount of power controlling the throughput of a very large amount of power. So yeah, there are a number of different like existing technologies that sort of look at ways to turn a little into a lot. Let's get some of that Hoth coloring onto this guy. I think that stands to reason at this distance. Especially on these freaking white frontal cones. I think that's one of the big distinctions between sci-fi and fantasy. It's like, if there is enough of a plausible way, like it doesn't have to be 100% accurate. Most sci-fi has some sort of contrivance or MacGuffin, right, to allow for whatever the story is telling. But like enough of it is believable, enough of it is there in a way that you're like, yeah, I can see that. Whereas fantasy really tends not to concern itself with the hows and the possibilities. Is like, I don't know, we have this fun thing. I don't think that's bad, right? I don't think you need to ground everything in a kernel of reality. I think fantasy has other ways of sort of presenting enough of a believable world structure that you're willing to suspend the fact that there's, you know, dragons and shit, and people can just like conjure fire from nothing. You enjoy what something feels like when there's a bit of grounding. I agree. And then of course there's Star Trek that like just comes up with ideas, and then a few decades later everyone's like, oh, actually, you know, we could do that. But I do agree, like, the Expanse is very well grounded, with the exception of the E-Drive, right? That's the MacGuffin. That's the contrivance, the allowance. And then, things get wild from there, but at the same time, it's sort of like, okay, but the whole sort of point is you're dealing with ideas and technology that is heretofore unimagined, right? And then it brings up the question of, well, how do we deal with that? What is that going to do to us? Babylon 5, I have not watched that much of it, but it has... Babylon 5 does not have artificial gravity, at least not on human stuff. Does it? No. No. Like, all the gravity sections, all the gravitational sections on the station are on the rotating disc. And then the actual, like, traversal system is wormhole based. Galactica Galactica was interesting, because I feel like they didn't necessarily, they do on non-human ships and they never explain why. I feel like that was just kind of an agreement, because I think it's the Minbari were the ones that humanity went to war with, and then for reasons they declared a ceasefire, they declared peace, and eventually sort of formed an alliance. I always kind of felt like it was like, okay, we're gonna have peace, ceasefire, all that. We're not giving you guys shit. We're not explaining our technology. We're not giving you anything. We're just gonna stop killing each other. Good? Okay, good. Yeah, Galactica was really interesting. I feel like especially the 2000s version of the show, or the 2000 show, was more, I would say, concerned with the sort of the vibes rather than the technology. And by that I mean, they wanted to have that really sort of like gritty, hard-hitting, military feel to it. And sort of getting that to feel good was higher priority than explaining, like, here's all the technology that the ships of the colonial era and the Cylons function by, right? They show some of the technology of how the Cylon Raiders work on, like, an abstract level. And I think that's enough, right? I think they need to go into the nitty-gritty of, like, oh, here's how the FTL drive functions and how this does that. Just sort of in the same way that I was talking about, showing the insides of the wings a little bit, to show that, like, there are mechanisms, there are mechanics within the structure, just sort of showing that, like, yeah, this is a thing that works. It's largely enough. Alright, I think that Y-Wing's looking good. I think sort of a similar deal. This guy is not going to get as much love, just because he's kind of farther back and so on and so forth. But we can like give him his paint job and everything. A little bit of that blue light just to try to bring him into the scene a bit. Alright. But I think for tonight, this is going to be our last little bit, our last little detail. And we will pick this up and wrap it up on Saturday. Yeah, what's still left to go? Let's jump back and go something on real quickly. Let me just... There we go. Good. Alright. Let's do this. This is where I close things out for the night. So yeah, what are we still looking at? I want to do a little bit more blending, right? I think we did a lot to sort of integrate more of the ideas together, but the Ionized Star Destroyer, still pretty basic. We can go in, we can do more with that. Our hero Star Destroyer, I guess our villain Star Destroyer, can still do more greebling in there. I really like the sort of liveliness that, you know, adding these little like windows gave to it. So I definitely want to go in and do some more stuff like that. But I think the transport's looking pretty good. The X-Wing is looking good. We'll probably get one more pass just to sort of give it, you know, its main character level of detail. Probably do a bit more work on Hoth, because we did a good pass right at the end of Tuesday, but there's still a few areas where it's feeling like really basic. So want to sort of go in and do another round of that. Yeah, I think if we can get all of those landed, I think it'll be in a really good spot. So yeah, I think what we'll do on Saturday is start by finishing this up. Just make sure that we have enough time to sort of hit all the little ideas and details that I would like to. And then once we have done that, we'll switch over and play some Horizon. Yes. So yeah. That's the plan for me. I hope to see y'all there. But thank you, everyone, for hanging out today. Thank you for coming to the stream. And happy April. I hope it was a good month for you. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have been enjoying the coming of spring. I hope the allergies haven't been too bad. And I hope May is a wonderful month for everyone. I hope it is going to be good. I hope it is comfy. I hope it is successful. I hope at the very least it is not stressful. And I'll see you all there. You're right, it is the end of the stream month. Goodness, 4 down already. How did that happen? This year has been flying. It's been crazy, but got a lot of fun stuff to look forward to. So I am enjoying it. And I'm enjoying getting to spend it up with all of you. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad. And we are gonna go check to see if Boru is still up and going. Of course he is. Because they built different. Alright,